in the equities side is roughly about the same percentage of GDP now for the United States as it was in 1929 to 32. And we all know the incredible wealth effect, or negative wealth effect, I should say, that operated there. So that's another one to really keep on the radar screen.
So Paul, serious deterioration in the economy and further deterioration in the markets.
Well, I think that we've got one thing going on that's very different than the 1930s, which is that the housing market is very well supported. In fact, I think there's a legitimate risk that we'll end up with a housing bubble over the next 2, 3, 4 years. But we do have a positive wealth effect in the household sector. And unlike Kevin, I think that the positive wealth effect in the household sector from their property will probably dominate the negative wealth effect from the stock market. I have to side with Mr. Greenspan on that. However, I think Mr. Greenspan has got to do something to get the banking system to look at corporate America as a going concern.
All right.
Because you're seeing that contract and contract and contract.
Kevin, 10 seconds.
Very quickly, I think that financial policy has to start paying attention to protecting the economic interests of the ordinary person, and that the regulatory system has got to move towards that in the way that the system moved in the early 30s towards safeguarding banks and deposits.
Okay, and you think that could happen?
Well, I think it has to happen.
All right.
Because if people aren't reassured, that's trouble.
All right. Kevin Phillips, thanks very much for joining us, author of Wealth and Democracy, his new book, and Paul McCulley, always a treat to see you as well from PIMCO.
Thank you, Consuela.
Thank you both. Well, if you still dare, the investment pick of the week is coming up for you a little bit later. Also, we're going to explore some new ways you can cash in on low home loan rates. And coming up next, a recipe for red ink for some of your favorite restaurants.
We couldn't deal with it anymore. We saw it coming.
We'll show you what is closing the kitchens of so many neighborhood restaurants next.
Mayfair strange in the morning light, Mayfair strange in a summer night, Mayfair strangest in the afternoon. Starry heights.
Yesterday, one of our advisors showed this woman how even if her brother outlives her, she can always be there for him.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at ditech.com, there are no games. Right now, we're offering a second mortgage with a no closing cost option. You can be pre-qualified over the telephone or online. Use the money to pay off credit cards or for home improvements, whatever you want. Do it now before the rates go up. ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
Summer Drive. 0% APR for 5 years on any 2002 Pontiac. You might as well be walking on the sun. Or choose $3,000 cash back. Now at your Oregon and Washington Pontiac dealer.
At Relax the Back, we have over 3,000 ways to take care of your back, relieve your stress, and improve your quality of life. Come see them at 2750 Southwest Cedar Hills Boulevard in Beaverton. Relax the Back. Truly the smartest way to sit or sleep.
Welcome back to the Wall Street Journal Report. I'm Consuelo Mack. In this week's cover story, the latest trend in the restaurant business that's sparking an all-out food fight for market share. As Scott Wapner reports, independent restaurants, once the backbone of the industry, are suddenly pushing for a bigger place at the table.
It's something I wanted to do since I was a kid. Really liked the restaurant business, really liked eating in restaurants, wanted to be a chef, and ultimately wanted to have my own restaurant.
David Schei opened his restaurant in downtown Chicago in 1994, and night after night, the place was packed with patrons.
It was great. It was everything you can imagine.
But today, Hubbard Street's Grill is cold. Its once loyal customers turned away. Schei and his wife closed it last month after a long-lasting slump in business.
We couldn't deal with it anymore. We saw it coming.
Hubbard Street's troubles began when upscale chain restaurants opened up all over the neighborhood. Today, more than 20 name brands are doing business within a 1-mile radius of the restaurant. There's a Ruth's Chris Steakhouse on one corner, Sullivan's on another, a Spago and Rock Bottom Brewery. You name the chain, and chances are it's come to the Windy City.
I could just feel the whole market getting diluted with all these new options for people to go to.
And you saw your loyal customers were sampling what was new in town.
Right.
And Shy's not the only independent restaurateur across the country going hungry. Last year, for the first time ever, chain restaurants ate up a majority, 50.7%, of the $270 billion a year market. 20 years ago, they had under 40%.
Quite frankly, I don't see any change in the trend where we're going to see large brands and existing brands continue to take more of the total restaurant market share.
It's a chain reaction ignited by big companies specializing in high-end concepts. P.F. Chang, Cheesecake Factory, and Morton's, just to name a few. Companies which analysts say all have one very important thing in common: Wall Street cash.
The ability to access the capital markets, whether it's through debt or equity, enables the restaurants or the chain restaurants to continue to expand as they see expansion opportunities, whereas the independent may take many months or even years to get the expansion capital necessary to open an additional restaurant.
My joke is that, they would spend as much on a bathroom as I spent on remodeling the whole restaurant.
Large chains have an edge because they can spend freely on advertising, buy food cheaper than the independents, and most importantly, says industry consultant Dennis Lombardi, capitalize on their brand names.
The push from the consumer. The consumer, even beyond restaurants, is very, very brand loyal. In other words, they want to experience something where a brand that they know and a brand that they trust gives them confidence in the experience they're going to have.
Wherever you go, you're going to get the same quality of food, same quality of service.
It is fast service.
I know what to expect. The food is consistently good.
Analysts say chains have also won over customers by retooling their operating menus.
In recent years, we have seen the restaurant companies focus much less on unit growth and focus considerably more on unit-level execution, which is generally centered around the experience that a consumer gets at the restaurant level.
That execution includes spending big dollars to keep menus new and exciting. Cheesecake Factory, for example, has its own research and development team.
We are working 5 days a week, at least, to come up with new items so that every 6 months when we have menu changes, we can change anywhere between 6 to 10 items to really keep up with trends.
As for David Shy, these days he's selling a spicy ketchup product out of his house, still craving an opportunity to bring a one-of-a-kind dining experience back to Chicago.
I'm just taking a little break, and there's no doubt about it.
Now, in case you haven't noticed, Wall Street has rewarded the restaurant sector in the way of higher share prices, even during the recent turmoil, a sign perhaps of what's happening on Main Street.
Right. Well, speaking of Main Street, ultimately, how much market share are the chains going to grab, do analysts think?
Well, some of these analysts actually think that it could go as high as 60, 65, even 70%. And this is something you can see. No matter where you go, you see the signs are up, coming soon, another chain restaurant coming to town. So it makes the independent operators feel a little bit nervous right about now.
I'm going to support my local, Scott. Thank you very much, Scott Wapner. Well, something is changing at a familiar restaurant chain. That whopper of a story is coming up next. And mortgage rates are really low, but did you realize there are many other ways to squeeze cash out of your castle at a rate that's hard to resist? We'll show you how next.
Families are enjoying billiards in the home more than ever before, and Golden West manufactures custom professional quality pool tables from $15.95. A perfect family gift, made in Oregon in our 60,000 square foot facility. Golden West Billiards uses only high quality kiln-dried hardwoods, crafting tables one at a time just for you. And the best part? Our prices are factory direct because we are the factory. Visit Golden West Billiard Manufacturing today at Southeast 55th and Johnson Creek Boulevard in Portland.
Hot summer savings are heating up at Gresham Subaru, where you'll always find the best deal. Right now, get a scorching $5,000 off MSRP on every new 2002 automatic Outback all-wheel drive wagon. Or save a sizzling $3,500 off MSRP on every 2002 Forester in stock. And remember, at Gresham Subaru, they'll pay off any trade. Off I-84, take the Wood Village exit south to Gresham Subaru at 1925 East Powell in Gresham. Looking to buy a home or refinance? Get off to a strong head start with Bighorn Mortgage.
I would encourage anybody out there that's looking at this to use the Bighorn Mortgage.
Bighorn Mortgage. Experienced professional customer service.
If anybody came to me and asked me about a company to use, I'd say Bighorn right away.
Bighorn Mortgage is definitely the expert in their field.
When you call Bighorn Mortgage, you're going to save money.
Don't butt heads trying to get a loan approved. Call Bighorn Mortgage at 503-224-5555.
It's almost 200,000 people in over 40 countries, working as one. It's 10 inventions every business day. And not all of them automotive. It's going from the Indy 500 to the Fortune 500. It's Delphi, where slowing down is not an option. Gotta go.
Someday, it all pays off. When you face the challenges and you've made the right moves. Through it all, Prudential Financial is there. Because when it comes to your financial security, having the right partner can mean everything. Prudential Financial, growing and protecting your wealth.
Welcome back to the Wall Street Journal Report. I'm Consuelo Mack. In this week's Money Matters, need to pay off some bills? You may find the money you need in your home. Mortgage rates are now at historic lows. This week, the average 30-year fixed-rate mortgage dropped to 6.34%. But there are other inexpensive ways to cash in the equity you've built up. As you can see, rates on home equity lines of credit and fixed-rate home equity loans have also been falling. So what do you need to know about these loans? When should you or should you not use them? Joining us is the Wall Street Journal's real estate reporter, Patrick Barta. Patrick, good to see you.
Good to be here.
First of all, an important distinction. What is the difference between a home equity loan and a line of credit?
Well, a home equity loan is just like any other mortgage. You wind up getting, say $30,000, and you're going to pay interest on that every month and make your regular monthly payments. A home equity line of credit is almost more like a checking account. You get a set amount that you can borrow up to. You don't have to take it all out, and you only pay interest on the amount that you actually have taken from the house.
So the line of credit sounds like the better deal, is it?
Well, the line of credit certainly is a better deal right now. The rates there are more closer to 5.5%, whereas a home equity loan, a traditional one, is more in the range of 8%.
Some people, I understand, are even using a home equity line of credit to refinance their mortgage because their credit line rates are so low. How does that work, and is that a good idea?
Well, we have heard of cases of that. A lot of the experts I talk to say that, except for some special circumstances, that's often not the best way to go, because if you're going to refinance the home and you want to stay in it for a long time, you want to go ahead and get that rate fixed. The real problem with the home equity line of credit is that the interest rates can change. So if rates go up, the interest rate on that home equity line of credit would go up as well.
So where are the best deals right now if you want to monetize your home?
Well, a lot of lenders are offering teaser rates right now, where they'll knock a couple of percentage points off of the rate for an introductory period, say 6 months or a year. We've seen a JP Morgan loan that does that. You also should look out for that, though. Like I say, these loans can adjust on you pretty quickly. So if rates start shooting up, suddenly what was a good teaser rate will look a little more pricey down the line.
And advice for anyone shopping for a loan, where should we look?
Well, another thing you want to take a look at is the upfront application fees. Some lenders will charge you, say, $75 or $100 or more to apply. Some won't. In one case, Wells Fargo, we've seen, will waive that initial fee. But they get you in the back end because they often will charge you a fee if you keep your balance below a certain level. So you certainly want to check the fine print and check and see what upfront fees there are.
All right. Thank you very much, Patrick. Nice to see you.
Great to see you.
Patrick Barta is the Wall Street Journal's real estate reporter. Well, don't take out a loan to do it, but you might want to listen to our pick of the week. It comes to us courtesy of Robert Loest. Loest manages the almost $129 million IPS Millennium Fund with a 5-year annual average return of about 1/3%. It's underperforming the S&P slightly. Now, in April, Loest tuned into Hearst Argyle Television for his pick of the week. Since then, the stock is down 4%. Loest is bullish on the advertising turnaround, so he's holding on to Hearst Argyle. But this week, he's checking out a checkout company.
My pick of the week is Concord EFS, an integrated processor of debit and credit card transactions. In fact, if you bought groceries at your supermarket or paid for gas at the pump using your debit card recently, Concord probably processed your transaction for you. It's a high-quality company in that free cash flow per share is nearly double reported earnings per share, and it's undervalued. As consumers move away from using cash and checks to using their debit card for purchases, we think they should be able to grow earnings at 25% annually.
Well, Concord sells for about $23 a share. Lowe's would sell it if it lost too much market share to competitors. The man who makes sure Wall Street plays by the rules wants an investment from Washington. We'll explain what next. And coming soon to a women's clothing store near you, the battle for the opposite sex. Those details are coming up.
Guido, come hanno ragione? Bastardo! E viva Jacqueline che ci ha indicato la via della liberazione! Abbassa il tiranno, abbassa Barba Blu!
What can a foreign film teach us about capital markets? They're not for everybody. It helps to speak the language. Wisdom is everywhere. Uncommon wisdom is knowing how to apply it. Wachovia Securities.
We're Pfizer. We're looking for a cure for your father's Alzheimer's, your sister's heart condition, your best friend's diabetes. We're spending over $5 billion on research this year and have 12,000 scientists and health experts looking for the cures of the future. Why do we work so hard? Because we have fathers, sisters, and best friends too. Pfizer. Life is our life's work.
How do you top a summer when Buick ranks best in 2 J.D. Power & Associates Initial Quality Awards? You celebrate with 0% APR financing for 5 years. How do you top Rendezvous outselling Acura and Mercedes SUVs? 60 months interest-free on every new 2002 Buick. Or choose $3,000 cash back. Talk about a hot closeout. Summer Drive at your nearest Buick dealer now.
News Channel 8 and Volunteer Works have teamed up to encourage people in our community to do something good.
Hi, I'm Joe Donlin. What if your life truly depended on someone else? It happens every day to thousands of people who need blood, like my stepdad, who recently died of cancer. One day he needed platelets, and there were none. And because I don't want anyone to feel the way we did that day, I donate.
Contact Volunteer Works or log on to kgw.com and find out how to do something good.
Summer Drive. 0% APR for 5 years on any 2002 Pontiac. You might as well be walking. Or choose $3,000 cash back. Now at your Oregon and Washington Pontiac dealer.
Welcome back to the Wall Street Journal Report. I'm Consuelo Mack. Actor Rob Lowe made news this week because he decided to leave NBC's hit series West Wing after he was denied a raise. He is currently paid $75,000 per episode. But he is not the only high-profile figure looking for a raise. Becky Quick explains in this week's Business Wrap-Up. Becky.
That's right, Consuelo. You know, we had the Securities and Exchange Commission Chairman Harvey Pitt. He made what he thought was a more modest request.
SEC Chair.
Pitt asked Congress to elevate his position to cabinet level and raise his salary 21% along with it to nearly $167,000. But the suggestion, intended to raise the profile and prestige of the agency, was not cleared by the White House and was criticized by several prominent lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. WorldCom executives say the company's bankruptcy filing won't affect subsidiary MCI's 20 million long-distance customers. But the consumer groups say if it's tough to reach customer service or if rates crawl up, it might be time to switch. At Burger King, you can have it your way for $2.25 billion. That's what a group of venture capital firms paid Diageo for the fast food giant this week. Burger King franchise owners support the sale, complaining of bad marketing under the beverage company. Burger King has more than 11,000 restaurants worldwide. In an attempt to expand a brand retailer, Talbot's will soon cater to men. The half-century-old company with 800 stores targets professional women with classic styles. The men's line will debut in this fall's catalog and hit some stores next year. The company had almost $2 billion in sales last year and had 15 straight quarters of growth until last quarter when weaker sales broke the winning streak. The company says that was an aberration and it expects to be growing again next quarter. Consuelo?
I'm not sure I want men in Talbots, Becky.
I know. It's a girl's
We'll
place.
see. It is a girl's place. Thank you, Becky Quick. And that stitches up this edition of the Wall Street Journal Report. Thanks for joining us. Next week, we're going to bring you an exclusive interview with a management legend. Peter Drucker has been called the father of modern management. He's 93 years old, and he's going to give us his one-of-a-kind perspective on the current crisis of confidence. And, of course, we'll have the investment pick of the week. Until then, have a great week and make it a productive one.
Summer is heating up, and so are the hot deals on every new Altima at Gresham Nissan. Right now, every new Altima in stock is a blistering $3,500 off MSRP. With its sleek new design, the 2002 Altima was named the North American Car of the Year. And right now at Gresham Nissan, you can get $3,500 off MSRP on every new Altima in stock. And remember, at Gresham Nissan, they'll pay off any trade. Off I-84, take the Wood Village exit south to Gresham Nissan at 1925 East Powell in Gresham. For many potential home buyers, closing costs and a down payment are the difference between renting and owning a home.
A lot of people, including myself, could qualify for financing, but it's the down payment that really slows them down.
If they qualify for an FHA loan, they can receive gift funds from us, and we always have money to give.
We actually give them the down payment as a gift, and they don't have to pay it back.
Give Dream House Charity a call and get into your dream house today.
All you have to do is give us a call, and we'll give you your down payment.
Got a thirst for a great summer bargain? Then you need to stop by the final days of Furniture Row Outlet's summer clearance event. That's because now through Monday, July 29th only, we're taking final markdowns on everything to clear out excess inventory, discontinued merchandise, and one-of-a-kind items. Plus, these are the final days to get clearance prices and no payments and no interest for 1 full year. Get all the savings you can now because Furniture Row Outlet's summer clearance ends Monday, July 29th. 3540 Commercial Street, Southeast, next to Fred Meyer's.
Time for a new car? Cars.com. Car shopping just got fun on KGW.com.
Chevy trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
The status quo can be redefined through the acts of progressive people. Prophets of flight like Mitch McAleer keep the evolution alive.
Oh my God, I've been at this for such a long time. Winning is, it's like I'm 43 years old, and probably later on I'll go home and have tears, because it feels really good. And I come to these competitions and I meet the same top 5 every year, and it's really cool to, in my own way, as some sort of highly modified aerodynamic circus geek, to associate with these people that have dedicated their lives to flying.
The Winds of Colorado became the next frontier for free flight at the Wings Over Aspen hang gliding aerobatics event. In the end, each pilot elevated his own personal arc of progression before returning to the Earth.
Ms. Prager, please call Mrs. Hoyt at the bank regarding your account. This is Shay's department store calling for Ellen Prager.
There's only one way to escape the torment of debt. You must get out of debt.
Ms. Prager, I really need to speak with you.
The Amerix Debt Management System is the best solution. Gather your bills and call this number. Amerix has arrangements with over 50,000 banks and other creditors to reduce your monthly payments instantly. It's not another loan. It's not bankruptcy. It's debt relief in just 30 minutes on the phone. And it's free. If bill collectors are calling you, get your bills and call now to speak with an Amerix approved credit management agency. The Amerix debt management system is the best solution. You know how hard it is to be in debt. Now see how easy it is to find a way out.
To whom it may concern. After years and years of effort, it is difficult to understand why I have been neglected to the point of writing this letter. Unfortunately, after countless hours, weekends and holidays, I regret to inform you that I will be leaving my position. Sincerely, your Mother Ocean.
Don't mess with your Mother Ocean. After all, it's your beach.
Buckle up your seatbelt, buckle up. Buckle up your seatbelt, always buckle up. Pull it nice and snug, give an extra tug. Buckle up your seatbelt.
While playing the game Stuntman, always remember to keep you and your friends well within the margin of safety.
Your seatbelt, always buckle up. Buckle up your seatbelt.
Stuntman, buckle up. Rated T for teen.
From the director of Ace Ventura 2,
The Chosen One, who must bear the sacred mark,
comes a new kind of comedy. Kung Pao, Enter the Fist. Own the DVD or rent the video today.
For years, I changed my oil the hard way, tearing up my knuckles, burning my hands with hot oil. But that all changed the day I discovered Sure Drain from Fram. The second I replaced my old drain plug with the Sure Drain actuator valve, things got a whole lot easier. Now all I do is twist on the drain hose and let gravity do the rest. I'll never change my oil the hard way again.
The revolutionary Sure Drain from Fram.
Kite surfing is the fastest growing alternative sport in the world. The evolution of kiteboarding takes a giant step of progression at the Kite Crossing to Cuba world record attempt.
You know, kite surfing as a whole really is an individual sport. It's not a team sport. And I think this is an awesome opportunity here because we're slightly changing from that a little bit and we're going to Cuba as a team.
This is Key West, and here we land in Varadero, okay? The home crossing in the straight line is 87.9 miles.
What attracts me to kiteboarding is wind and fly in the air.
The intense conditions created havoc even before the official start.
Oliver, what happened? Got the kite tangled in the boat. Guess I'm riding on the boat to Cuba.
I've already gone over 100 miles. That was on flatter water, but, you know, I'm sure we can do it. I'm sure we can do it. No doubt in my mind.
The plan is we're going to have 3 boats. There's going to be a boat leading the way, which is going to be ahead of all of us. 1 boat behind all of us, so if somebody has a problem, that's going to be the first boat there. But then there's also going to be another boat downwind from us. So if somebody gets blown downwind or has a problem and drifts that way, that boat will be there for that person. So that makes an imaginary triangle. And our plan is to stay within that triangle, stay pretty much close together, and, you know, we're going as a team.
It's going to be real extreme. Depending on how strong the wind is, it's depending, obviously, depending upon how rough it's going to be, but I think either way, if there's enough wind for us to go, we're going to have some big seas, which I don't think it's going to affect us to a point, but I think the boats are actually going to have a harder time than us.
Looks like it's about 20 to 25. Looks rather calm in here, but once we get out there, 3-4 miles out, should be pretty rough. So we're bound to get wet. It's a little cold, but we'll be okay. Seas should be, I'd be surprised if they're not at least 8 to 10 feet. So that should keep us bouncing around quite a bit, and it'll be fun. It'll just be fun to watch the guys do their thing and assist in what we can and root them on.
Any sport that really starts from zero, it will evolve really fast. The first couple of years, a lot of things change. And then eventually will settle itself, and then everyone will more or less ride similar equipment.
Wind became a huge factor in the crossing. Northeast winds, like those responsible for the perfect storm, churned up 15-foot seas along the Gulf Stream.
There's a lot of juice in the kites, and the seas on the outside are just so big, like 10 to 15 feet probably, and it just really put a lot of working on your legs and your abs and everything else.
I've been pretty sick for about 3 or 4 days. I got back from Venezuela, got some kind of weird Venezuelan bug with the rest of the people I was with. Once we hit, I think, about the 40-mile point, my legs kind of went a little bit numb. Started feeling like I couldn't ride the board, a little bit dizzy, and I passed out while I was riding. So I guess I fell off the board, and the kite powered up and was just dragging me through the water face down, which would explain my ribs and everything else hurting as well. And yeah, I was face down in the water until somebody finally got in there and pulled me out.
Free riding, it's a different thing. You go an hour, 2 hours, you know, you load up, you do some jumps. You know you can stop whenever you get tired. But riding for a long time, you got to change your style of riding, you know, the whole thing, your whole set.
When you see the forecast, you know, they say like 10, 12, 15 foot swell. You just surf it, you know, and it gets the sea really smooth. So actually it was better to go on the big waves to surf it during the crossing. That was almost like going on the wake of the board.
Over 8.5 hours later, 3 of the original 5 landed at Marina de Varadero, Cuba. After all was said and done, a new world record of 97.3 nautical miles was theirs.
It was a hell of a challenge and just way more extreme than I would have thought. We were looking into the sun and the glare the entire way. I tried to have my sunglasses on, but they kept on getting sprayed. And then when the sun went down and it started getting dark, I was like, uh-oh, you know, because you can be 15 feet away from somebody and not find them, you know. And I said, well, we got to get these kites down, get them out of the air, and get going. And basically, you know, I had to kind of ditch my kite and kind of swim for it. But at that point, it was pretty dark, and we were just kind of worried about not finding people out there.
How far the thing will go with that crossing and the mileage, you know, how far people will push it, you know? I mean, who knows? One day people might ride from Miami all the way down to South America, you know, along the Caribbean islands, stop, you know, and keep going and just ride all the way to Venezuela and to Belize. Who knows one day, you know?
We secured the world record. I think all you can do now is go further. This is just another step on the ladder. There will be people that come along in the future, I'm sure, that will go a lot further. Maybe even one day crossing the Atlantic. Who knows? Sky's the limit.
have a ton of respect for the ocean. It's like a friend, so you've got to treat it like a friend, or better. Think about it. The ocean is a source of power. It gives us food, it gives us life and a place to play. It makes our weather, and it gives us barrels.
Shopping for a new car, Bob Lanphier would like to warn you that the sticker you're about to see will be shocking. That's because this price is not for a 4-year-old used car. It's for a brand new Kia Rio, and it can be yours with zero cash down for only $139 a month, and we guarantee to have one in stock. Bob Lanphier's Beaverton Kia, a place where sticker shock takes on a whole new meaning. Just buy Bob.
What's better than watching your team win? Watching them win on your brand new Mitsubishi Big Screen TV from Lewis Audio Video in Newburgh. Right now, purchase your new Mitsubishi Big Screen TV or other Mitsubishi products and get 12 months, same as cash. That means no down payment, no monthly payment, and no interest for 12 full months. Hurry in today. This special offer won't last long. It's the next best thing to being there. A Mitsubishi Big Screen TV from Lewis Audio Video on Highway 99W in Newburgh.
The winds of progression take us from the kites of the Caribbean to the Italian windsurfing mecca known as Lake Garda, where the word freestyle rules the day.
Here in Lake Garda is the good special place for freestyle. Try it.
The Red Bull King of the Lake has been the very first freestyle event of this kind, and it's been in a venue that is very special also. This is where the main freestyle development actually came from, Lake Garda. If you think back way in the 70s, you know, the guys did freestyle here on the lake, and a lot of it grew from here. And it was the first competition where amateurs actually competed against professionals. I came to the very first King of the Lake, I believe 6 years ago, and it was only 2 professionals that came. Now there's more professionals than possibly amateurs, but you can still see all the newcomers, all the kids, they're coming into the sport, into professional windsurfing through the Red Bull King of the Lake.
The King of the Lake has become an influential footprint on the path to freestyle windsurfing. Its reputation draws top-flight amateurs who know their progression is furthered by competing against the world-class pros in attendance.
It's really motivating to sail with all the pros because the level is incredible. For me, it's my first World Cup, and I've never seen such a level in freestyle.
Thinking about the people competing here, they say it's going to be 24 professional and 24 amateurs. I wouldn't say it like this because all the sailors here in this competition are professional in one or the other way.
One thing's for sure, one day, I want to be king. I love you! I love you all! Oh, it's good to be king! It's good to be king!
Because of progression sessions like the King of the Lake, the evolution of windsurfing continues to advance. The sport is constantly mutating into specialized categories like freestyle. Lie down, you sweetest child, fall, lie down.
This sport is developing really, really fast, especially in the freestyle. We have a lot of young, good sailors that's pushing the sport a lot. I think that's great, because then we get to know new maneuvers,
and it's getting harder and harder to do good results.
As the collective abilities of these athletes rise, the envelope gets pushed further and further each time out in the water. What was revolutionary a few years ago is now quickly becoming commonplace. This astronomical ascension is a direct result of the freeride movement.
You know, freestyle is all about expression on the water. That's all it means. It means going out there, ripping as hard as you can, having as much fun as you can, and doing everything you can. And I think the competition here, especially in the Red Bull, King of the Lake, is so much about the spirit of freestyle that we try not to structure it, you know? We really want to have a good time. See, that's freestyle. Falling man, that's one of my best moves. Definitely, I invented that one. So, I mean, it's about the atmosphere, the social aspect. I mean, there's so many things about freestyle that are important.
It gives the sport a bigger range of bigger possibility to all the time go sailing. I was earlier only doing waves, and in waves you need a limit of wind and a limit of waves to go sailing. Now, as soon as we have a small breeze, we can go sailing. And it gives me a feeling I want to push myself more and try to learn new things. Freestyle, it's so many things to learn, so it's really, really good thing.
The main thing is it's the spirit of windsurfing, you know, and that's the most important thing of all. So it's all about fun.
Okay, this is the perfect freestyle board. The most noticeable feature of this board is the nose. It's flat, square to keep the board short, and it's got these channels on the bottom. You can see the channels. That helps for when you're flying the board backwards, and so it keeps it going in one direction. It's easy to do willy skippers and all sorts of kind of tricks. All right.
Why do we surf?
Why do we serve?
Why do we serve?
To protect the helpless.
Protect our environment.
Protect our future!
Our heritage.
Our dreams.
Why do I serve?
To help others less fortunate.
Less lucky.
Less free.
We want to give back.
I am proud to serve.
I love this country.
To whom it may concern. After years and years of effort, it is difficult to understand why I have been neglected to the point of writing this letter. Unfortunately, after countless hours, weekends and holidays, I regret to inform you that I will be leaving my position. Sincerely, your Mother Ocean.
Don't mess with your Mother Ocean. After all, it's your beach.
Someone asked me once if I had my shirt special made. I told them I got mine like everybody else at Tractor Supply. The Wrangler jeans, Carhartt coats and workwear, Walls coveralls, Wolverine boots, plus clothes for the whole family. There's just no place that fits my life better than Tractor Supply. Heck, it's even where I go to get socks.
Tractor Supply, for 1 acre or 1,000, will help you get the job done.
From the director of Ace Ventura 2,
The Chosen One, who must bear the sacred mark,
comes a new kind of comedy. Kung Pao, Enter the Fist. Own the DVD or rent the video today.
The evolution of windsurfing takes an annual freshwater detour at Lake Garda, nestled in the Italian Alps, for the king of the lake.
Well, first of all, I think what's really cool about the freestyle judging is that it's an overall impression. So that means that you go out there and you go off as hard as you can. There's no set structure to it. You just do what you can do. There's a lot of elements to that too. Like there's the creativity, there's style, there's the routine, which is very important too because there has to be a flow. But all of it adds together for the overall impression. So basically, some guys have different styles. Some guys are a little more stylish old school moves, and some guys are more radical new school moves. But I think the guy who's the best is the guy who can combine the two styles together in a nice flowing routine, you know? Not just block, 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 but now that's the kind of sound you want to hear. And I think that is what freestyle is about. And the judging criteria really allows for a very open expression.
For those who attend the King of the Lake, the windsurfing oasis known as Lake Garda is etched in their minds.
Oh man, I gotta come back to this place more often. It looks like it rips. Got some shore break here, you know, do some off the lips onto the crowd. Looks pretty good. Ripping, bro.
Like clockwork, steady winds from the west arrive every day around 1 p.m. across Lake Garda, providing challenging windsurfing conditions.
Oh my God, dude! I think the monster just showed up on our back door, bro. We were sitting there, and I kept hearing people were telling us, "Beware of the west wind." You know, we're like, "What? What are you talking about, man?" And like frothy black monster comes running across the lake, and Robbie Seeger, he knew, man. He knows this lake. He had it all rigged, dude, ready to go, and he is the king again, dude. Oh my God, I tell you. No matter what happens in this contest, Seeger has my vote for King of the Lake this year.
The mountain winds of the Dolomites create a cause and effect relationship for windsurfers here. Without them, the freestyle movement would have passed by this beautiful Italian lake. Because of them, the movement has come home to Lake Garda to roost and flourish.
Wow, it was gnarly. I was on 5'3" and it was so windy. I could have been on a 3-0. And I wanted to jump for the people, but I couldn't. The wind just kept me on the water. And then it was really gusty on the inside here. So it was fun, you know. This is Mother Nature's action for everybody.
In the end, it was American Matt Pritchard who ascended the throne of progression at King of the Lake. Wind. It is a translucent source of power. Sometimes it's as predictable as the tides. Other times, it is an unforgiving force to be reckoned with. Conditions above the earth can change from moment to moment. For the elite who live in the clouds, learning to read the invisible text of the sky is an essential skill. For those that do, the currents and power of the skies can be harvested for human delight. Open your mind, and your body will follow. Destination: the majestic powder-filled peaks of Alaska. 12 professional free-skiers, 12 world-class ski photographers. The mission: create the most startling ski photography of the year. At stake, the coveted first ever Snow Thrill of Alaska People's Choice Award.
Probably the best word to describe this event is progressive.
The Red Bull Snow Trail of Alaska is an event that brings skiers and photographers as a team and trying to produce photos in different categories like the powder turn, best air, best sequence, best lifestyle, fly on the wall, which is a big mountain shot. It shows the vastness of mountains.
So now it's more open to each of us to show off what free skiing is all about for you.
You have like 12 athletes and like 12 photographers. That's such a unique thing. At this event, like, it's the great thing of combining, you know, the sport with the art, and that's the really cool thing.
Just feels the right way for the evolution of our free skiing.
Vote now through December 6, 2002 at www.redbullsnowthrillofalaska.com. The winner will be announced January 31st at the 2003 Powder Magazine Poll and Video Awards in Las Vegas. Voting period subject to change. Go to redbullsnowthrillofalaska.com for more details. Next time, when the revolution continues, adventure is our topic. The journey around the globe. First stop, passage to Sicily for the giants of the volcano. Then, voyage to Time Out, a 4-stage mountain bike race from the Canary Islands. An expedition to Scotland for Northern Exposure. A trip to Austria for Dolenmitenman. And a look at the remarkable kayaking speed altitude descent world record attempt from Washington. Just the way we're going.
Whoa! That was different. This is Dan from Burlington, Vermont, and I'm tuned in to the new TNN.
Next.
Motor Week, television's original automotive magazine. Brought to you by
Pep Boys. We're car people.
Ah, that Motor Week.
My favorite. One great show, 30 quality minutes.
A show you can watch with your friends.
You getting excited, Mo?
There are cars involved. Of course I am.
And by
What are you looking for? eBay Motors.
your host for Motor Week, John Davis.
Well, hello and welcome again to Motor Week. We're glad to have you with us. The newest automotive trend is the crossover vehicle. Crossovers attempt to combine elements of several different vehicle types to produce a hybrid aimed at consumers with active and varied lifestyles. The latest crossover vehicle to hit the market is the compact Pontiac Vibe. It's part SUV, part sports sedan, with a little minivan thrown in for good measure. It's definitely crossing over, but to where? Well, if you believe all the hype attached to this new automotive marketing buzzword, crossover vehicles like the 2003 Pontiac Vibe should take you straight to automotive paradise. But we're sure the level-headed folks at Pontiac will be more than satisfied if the new Vibe just crosses over from the dealer's lot to your driveway. Where it takes you from there is up to you. And with versatility, a high selling point of the Vibe, as well as its close cousin, the Toyota Matrix, possibilities are wide open. For instance, the Vibe is available with 3 engines and 4 drivetrain combinations. Base front-wheel drive models produce 130 horsepower and 125 pound-feet of torque. It's delivered by a Toyota 1.8-liter double overhead cam 16-valve inline 4 with variable valve timing with intelligence that feeds either a 5-speed manual or a 4-speed automatic transmission. Opt for an all-wheel drive Vibe, and you'll get the same 1.8-liter engine that's been slightly detuned to 123 horsepower and 118 pound-feet of torque. Like most small all-wheel drive models, the Vibe primarily powers only the front wheels until slippage is detected and a viscous coupling is engaged to send torque to the rear wheels. The system is capable enough to handle most urban and many rural applications. It is, however, only available with the 4-speed automatic. For those seeking to embrace a speedier Vibe, the Vibe GT offers a Yamaha-tuned version of the 1.8-liter four-banger that kicks out 180 horsepower and 130 pound-feet of torque. It serves a close-ratio 6-speed manual tranny, one of the few in this segment. It was this setup that we took to the track, where we recorded runs to 60 in 8 seconds flat and a quarter mile in 16.4 seconds at 90 miles per hour. Like the Toyota Matrix XRS we tested earlier, we found the Vibe GT's performance somewhat disappointing. Off the line, the GT is soft, making for a rather sluggish launch. The gentle sloping torque curve seems to stretch on forever before hitting its peak at 6,000 RPM, where it gathers itself for a final kick, like a marathon runner with the finish line in sight. If you keep your foot in it, it's okay. But some of our staff prefer the less potent but more flexible standard engine. Built in California at the new United Motor Manufacturing plant Toyota owns with GM, the Vibe is a mechanical twin to the Matrix. Wheelbase is 102.4 inches with 16-inch wheels standard and 17-inch optional wheels and rubber. Styling is the most differential aspect of the two. The Vibe has all the standard Pontiac cues, but designers showed an admirable restraint in the body cladding department. Even with a standard roof rack, the profile is very slick for a 5-door, proving a handsomely aggressive-looking car doesn't have to be over the top. The Vibe suspension is comprised of McPherson struts, coil springs, and stabilizer bar up front, and a torsion beam coil springs with stabilizer bar configuration under the rear. All-wheel drive models get an independent double wishbone suspension in the back. Our GT track tester moves smoothly through the low-speed slalom. There is a touch of understeer on turn in, but the well-balanced chassis keeps it from becoming overbearing. There's also plenty of grip, and should you push the Vibe hard enough, you can induce a pleasant four-wheel drift. The steering also keeps you feeling connected with its responsiveness and excellent feedback, and body roll is moderate. Responsive and connected describe the Vibe's braking experience, too. Our GT's four-wheel disc ABS brakes brought us down from 60 in an average of 135 feet. Comments included track's perfect and very stable, but stops a little longish. Standard and all-wheel drive Vibes get disc and drums with available ABS. Another virtue of the versatile Vibe is its compliant highway ride. Think Sport Tourer. Tight enough to be sporting, soft enough to be a comfortable long-distance cruiser. The Vibe's ride is supported further by a roomy, well-equipped, and very flexible interior. Supportive buckets with manual height adjustment give you a fairly high and SUV-style commanding view of the road. A tilt wheel is standard. Red-lit gauges hide deep inside chrome trim pods and are easily read at a glance, while operation of the audio and climate controls are logical. The bright trim center stack is topped with a standard CD player or an optional 200-watt premium audio system with a 6-disc in-dash CD changer or an available DVD-based navigation system. At the bottom is a cool 115-volt outlet for powering your daily low-wattage appliances like cell phones. Tall seating provides good legroom throughout the Vibe. Indeed, there's a decent amount of space in the rear seats for 3 children or 2 adults. The room gets more than decent when you fold the 60-40 split seats flat for a solid load floor with cargo tracks and adjustable tie-downs. There's a generous 57.2 cubic feet, and the front seat folds for items up to 8 feet long. All this versatility won't set you back a lot of long green either. The Vibe starts at just $16,900 for standard front drivers, with all-wheel drive starting at $20,100. GTs like our track tester start at $19,900, with our car going out the door for $21,300. Now, we're still not buying into all this hoopla about crossovers. After all, taken individually, a lot of Vibe's features aren't anything we haven't seen before. But when they're wrapped up together in a package like the 2003 Pontiac Vibe, we'll admit it's a whole new vibe in versatility. There are 3 phases to total automotive safety. Phase 1 is avoidance, trying to help the driver from getting into trouble in the first place. Phase 2 is maintaining control if trouble occurs. And Phase 3 is protecting the occupants in a crash. Phase 1 and Phase 2 involve the use of the latest in electronic driver aids, like ABS, anti-lock brakes that help a driver maintain steering control in a panic stop, and ESP, Electronic Stability Program, that recognizes unstable handling situations and reacts automatically to help correct them. Phase 3 involves the use of airbags and other advanced passive restraints, as well as energy-absorbing automotive structures. By using all of the technology available today, we can drive safer America. Coming up, Buell's fantastic new Firebolt. You know, every car has thousands of parts, but some of them are more important than others. Here's Pat Goss with some information on one part that's rarely thought of, but it's absolutely essential. John, here's a tool that can be wonderful or horrible depending where and how it's used. It's an air impact wrench, and the way that it is most often used improperly is in the installation of wheels. Technicians like to use this because it's quick and efficient, but they frequently use it with just a conventional socket on the end of it, and that can lead to stripped threads and over-torqued wheels, which can cause warped brake rotors and a number of other problems. So what should they be using? Well, at the bare minimum, they should be using one of these. This is a torque stick, and it limits the amount of torque that the impact gun puts on the lug nuts. It actually replaces the socket on the end of the impact wrench. Now, there is a technique to it, so you have to know what you're doing, but it does a good job. But the absolute foolproof way to do it is with a torque wrench. The torque wrench will make sure that each lug nut is exactly the right amount torqued and everything is even around the wheel. Prevents warped rotors and stripped threads. But stripped threads are a fact of life. And in the past, many times, especially on wheel studs, what you had to do was you had to disassemble the wheel, press the old stud out, and do all kinds of things that was time-consuming, and that meant expensive. But now there's something from Helicoil. It is a split thread chaser. You can open it up. See, in the past, you had to start up on this end and try to screw it down over the damage. Well, with this split unit, you can put it below the damage where the threads are still good, and then using a socket, you can twist it back off, and that straightens out the threads. It can save a lot of expense and time. But another problem with the air impact gun, well, it can over-tighten the wheels, and that means if you have a flat tire, you can't get the wheels loose. The regular conventional handle that comes in the car, it just isn't powerful enough. So this is an Easy Lug. That's a pretty ingenious piece of equipment. It's designed so that it'll fit over 2 of the lug nuts on the wheel. This is adjustable. It's just a hollow piece. Fits on one to keep this from turning, a socket on the other end, and a handle. And by turning the handle, you produce 32-to-1 torque. Makes it easy to loosen the tightest lug nut. It's very inexpensive at about $60. If you have a question or a comment, write to me. If I use your letter, I'll send you a Motor Week t-shirt. The address is Motor Week, Owings Mills, Maryland, 21117. Harley-Davidson has long been regarded as one of the world's most tradition-bound motorcycle builders. But that image did change a bit in 2002 with the release of this progressive V-Rod. But even before that, Harley's Buell division was releasing some of the most innovative and intriguing new bikes on the market. Well, their latest creation is this XB9R Firebolt. And as you can see, it's anything but traditional. But you only have to look at the 2002 Buell XB9R Firebolt to know that it's about as far from a traditional Harley as a motorcycle can get. Its striking insect-like styling and ultra-aggressive stance are pure modern sport bike. And like many current sport bikes, the Firebolt uses a twin-spar aluminum frame. But this frame, which is made in Italy, also serves as the fuel tank, while the stiff alloy swing arm does double duty as the oil tank. The Firebolt is suspended up front by a set of fully adjustable 43mm inverted forks from Showa, which meet the frame at a super sharp 21-degree rake angle. And at the rear, an equally adjustable single shock is mounted high on the spine of the frame. The wheels are lightweight 17-inch alloys. The front hoop's wearing an unusual 375mm brake disc that's bolted to the wheel rim instead of the hub and clamped by a powerful 6-piston caliper. The whole package rides on an ultra-short 52-inch wheelbase, the shortest of any modern sport bike. The most traditional part of the Firebolt is the fuel-injected 984cc air-cooled 45-degree V-twin engine, which makes 90 horsepower and 68 pound-feet of torque. It exhales through a large single exhaust can that sits directly beneath the engine, which turns the rear wheel with Harley's proven belt drive, which never needs adjustment thanks to this idler wheel that maintains constant tension on the belt. And we were as impressed with the build quality as we were with the design. Buell's sometimes dodgy fit and finish have been replaced with finely crafted metalwork and an almost Asian attention to detail. Our only real complaints are with the sloppy fit of the rear cowling and exhaust headers that took on a funky, corroded look after only a couple of thousand miles. But the proof of any motorcycle design is in the riding, and in urban traffic, it feels docile and friendly, with a smooth ride and a surprisingly comfortable riding position. Clutch action is slick with good feel, though the positive 5-speed gearbox requires a firm kick to upshift, while Buell's uniplanar engine mounts do a fine job of isolating the V-twin's substantial vibration. Stiffen up the suspension and hit the curves, and the Firebolt exhibits a tighter, more focused character. Focused enough for a racetrack like Summit Point, West Virginia's tight and twisting Jefferson Circuit, where we put it in the capable hands of AMA 250 Grand Prix racer Chris Piles for a serious high-speed shakedown.
The motor was definitely smooth power delivery. Wasn't as much vibration as I had first expected. It does have good torque off the corners. It kind of signs off as you approach red line. It feels like it's still got some left. It might just be choked down a little bit by emission standards. The handling was really, really nice. It was very nimble through the corners, but without upsetting the front end. The front end felt well planted, but at the same time, you could flick the bike very well from left to right. When you're in the corner, mid-corner, you can basically pull the bike down for more lean angle if you want. You can pretty much put the bike anywhere you want. It's probably better than average as far as sport bikes go. I'm a hard braker, and I definitely like them. The front brake, you get a lot of good feedback, good feel through the lever. It's so good you're lifting the rear end up just a bit, so the back end wants to fishtail squirm around a little bit.
Sounds like a recipe for serious street riding fun. And with a few tweaks, a competitive race bike as well. The price is also competitive with that of today's top sport bikes. $9,999 for a Firebolt of your own. As we said earlier, the 2002 Buell XB9R Firebolt is as far from a traditional Harley-Davidson as a motorcycle can get. But with its innovative design and razor-sharp handling, looks set to start an exciting new performance tradition of its own. Our first 4 months with this small Suzuki Aereo SX have produced rather large amounts of driving enjoyment. This little crossover vehicle is both useful and unusually savvy when it comes to getting around. That is, as long as the trips aren't too long. The tall SX is far more an urban car than a long-haul cruiser, being sensitive to crosswinds and the wake of tractor-trailers. While 90-degree days put off any thoughts of winter, we are looking forward to testing the all-wheel drive Aereo SX due out this fall. We expect it will manage wet roads even better and probably still deliver upwards of the 30.3 miles per gallon we've averaged after just over 6,000 miles. The Suzuki Aereo SX proves that even in the fast lane, good things come in small packages. And big ones, too, like our Dodge Ram SLT Quad Cab. Our newest long-termer is already proving popular for both weekend projects and getaways. Made even more so by this Alpine XM satellite radio receiver installed by the mail-order experts at Crutchfield. We expect to put the all-new Ram and XM to diverse use over the next 4 seasons. But next week, we reason with the Ford Excursion and Toyota Camry on our next Motor Week long-term road test update. Time now to check in with Jennifer Kasnabas to see what's new in this week's Motor News.
For consumers, the SUV rave has been going on for quite some time, and while the manufacturer guest list is getting shorter, there are still a few A-list names yet to arrive. One of those late arrivals is Porsche and its spicy Cayenne, which debuts later this year and is sure to liven up the party. To ensure the Cayenne has the stamina to carry on into the wee hours of the SUV boom, Porsche engineers have put it through a rigorous testing process around the globe. From the hot desert sands of Dubai and the rugged backcountry of northern Spain to the punishing Austrian Alps and the Arctic environs of Sweden, the Cayenne was subjected to a wide variety of taxing environments. And of course, no Porsche testing regimen would be complete without numerous high-speed laps around the Nürburgring. Available in S and turbo models, the new Cayenne will be powered by a 4.5-liter V8 that produces 340 horsepower in the S model, 450 in the turbo. Both models will also come standard with the Porsche Traction Management, a permanent four-wheel drive system with a low range that sends 38% of the torque to the front, 62% to the rear. The Porsche Stability Management Program is also integrated with the PTM system, but doesn't step in until the Cayenne has reached its physical limits. The Cayenne will also feature a self-leveling pneumatic suspension system with 6 adjustable ride height positions and an electronically variable damping system dubbed Porsche Active Suspension Management. Fortunately, all of the Cayenne's management systems require little driver input, so possession of an MBA degree will not be necessary to drive the Cayenne, but it may help you pay for one. The Porsche Cayenne will be introduced at this year's Paris Auto Show in September and is expected to go on sale in the first quarter of 2003. No pricing information is available just yet. And that's it for this week's Motor News.
For hardcore auto enthusiasts, a sporting driving experience is not complete without a manual transmission. But with increasing traffic congestion, the joys of self-shift have diminished, making manual trannies harder to find. Fortunately, Honda's luxury division, Acura, believes that any car with sport in its DNA deserves a proper gear change. Thus, while their latest CL Luxury Sport Coupe arrived without a manual, they've now corrected it with a new close-ratio 6-speed Type S. So let's stir it up. When Acura officials set their sights on improving the 3.2 CL for 2003, 2 goals were clear right from the start: to enhance the styling with an aggressive look and to increase the performance quotient of this sport luxury coupe to match that look. To meet the former, mostly tweaks were the order. Both the CL and new CL Type S get a bolder grille with body color surround and revised headlights with black accents. In the rear are slightly redesigned taillights and new exhaust tips. There are also new 6-spoke 16-inch alloy wheels on the CL and 17-inch on the Type S. Nothing earth-shaking. After all, we're talking about Honda here. Of more interest to us was how Acura engineers met the second goal. As we mentioned earlier, unlike the 4-door TL Type S, the CL Type S is now available with a close-ratio 6-speed manual transmission. The TL's 5-speed sequential sport shift automatic is available for the same MSRP, and we admit the 6-speed is not for everyone. The shift linkage stirs fairly lightly, and with a dual-mass flywheel, it's vibration-free. But the 6-speed's clutch is an acquired taste. With little more than an inch of play at the bottom, it was as though the mere thought of releasing it would launch you away, or worse, stall you where you sat. But our most determined staff discovered that with a little patience, 60 could be reached in a scant 5.9 seconds, and the quarter mile in a pretty hot 14.5 seconds at 96 miles per hour. In the 6-speed Type S, Acura engineers have replaced the car's electronic vehicle stability assist program with a mechanical helical limited slip differential that really hooks up. Plus, 2 new hydraulic engine mounts counter fore and aft engine movement under hard throttle. On the downside, there is a bit more wheel hop and torque steer present under a hard launch than with the automatic. Providing the punch for the CL Type S is an all-aluminum 3.2-liter single-cam 24-valve variable valve timing V6. The VTEC V6 is the same used in the TL Type S. Output peaks at 260 horsepower at 6,100 RPM and 232 pound-feet of torque available from 3,500 to 5,500 RPM, making it one of the most powerful engines in its class. The CL Type S's beefy and finely tuned double wishbone suspension also benefits from the new limited slip differential, ensuring that consistent power and traction is available for exiting turns. The result is a CL Type S that is among the flattest and most neutral handling front drivers we've ever tested. The CL felt very athletic when run through our low-speed slalom, and even more when pushed hard, exhibiting little more than a mild touch of understeer. The variable speed-sensitive power rack and pinion steering is smooth and quick and provides a healthy amount of feedback. The 215/50R 17-inch Michelin MXM4 tires also help with superb grip, and on switchback roads, there's just enough body roll to keep the car's side-to-side transitions from feeling harsh. When cruising, the CL Type S delivers a ride that is a near-perfect balance between sport and luxury. It's a ride and handling package that gives its more expensive German competitors a serious run for their money. Its 4-wheel disc ABS-equipped braking system with 11-inch rotors, vented in the front, solid in the rear, delivers excellent braking performance, too. We averaged stops from 60 and 120 feet. After 8 runs, brake fade was non-existent and stability remained first-rate throughout the test. When it comes to interior comforts, you'll be hard-pressed to find any car with a longer list of standard features than the Acura CL Type S. That includes heated perforated leather seats with 8-way power for the driver and 4-way for the passenger. The adjustable steering wheel with remote audio controls and the shift knob are also covered in hides. Then there's the Bose audio system that includes in-dash cassette and 6-disc CD changer with 6 speakers. And to keep you comfy no matter what the weather, a fully automatic climate control system with a Micron air filtration system. In fact, the only option available is a DVD-based GPS navigation system that includes GM's OnStar emergency locator and advisor system. You'll also be hard-pressed to find any car with this much to offer for the price. Base sticker on the 2003 Acura 3.2 CL Type S with the 6-speed manual is $31,050. Our tester with the nav system goes out the door for $33,200. That's not a whole lot of money when you stir in its mostly German competition. And when you add Acura's reputation for quality and reliability, the 2003 Acura 3.2 CL Type S is a total sport luxury coupe value that's tough, if not impossible, to beat. Well, I hope you'll join us next week for more Motor Week, when we'll test BMW 745i Mega Luxury Sedan and bid a fond farewell to the Chevrolet Camaro and Pontiac Firebird. I'm John Davis. We'll see you then.
To learn more about Motor Week, television's original automotive magazine, visit PBS online at pbs.org or America Online, keyword PBS. To order a video cassette of this program, call 1-800-422-0064. Motor Week has been brought to you by
Pep Boys. We're car people.
Oh, it's over. That's entertainment.
That's better than the smell of new tires. I gotta agree. Same time next week?
You got it.
And by
What are you looking for? eBay Motors.
This is PBS.
time on Globetrotter. Where can you visit both Europe and Asia within the same city? In the spectacular and exotic Istanbul.
You can get everything here, from gold to carpet and great belly dancing outfits.
See where East truly meets West. We'll take you there on the next Globetrotter.
That's tonight at 8 here on OPB.
Next time on Africa. South Africa. Gold. In the deepest mine in the world, Khalees Wabanda is making history.
When I got into mining, everyone said, a culture that you come from, men don't take orders from women. How will you do it?
A new generation of South Africans reinventing a nation, reclaiming the land of their ancestors.
Here on OPB, Sunday night at 8.
Corporate members Touché Restaurant and Bar and Associated Oregon Industries have made contributions to the OPB program.
At or near retirement are facing a harsh reality. Stock market losses that have turned their nest eggs into egg salad. Unsure if they have enough to last, many are turning back to the workforce for help. Plus, it's home sweet second home. Prices for vacation homes keep on rising. With supply short and demand high, the trend could continue. And struggling hotels, cruise lines, and tour operators are doing all they can to fill vacancies. We'll take a trip inside the travel industry. All that and more on CBS Market Watch Weekend. Hello and welcome to CBS Market Watch Weekend. I'm Susan McGinnis. It was another dramatic week for investors as the stock market continues to bungee jump on every piece of news, including agreement on a corporate crime bill in Congress and action from the feds against some companies. The highlight of the week, Adelphi Communications former chief John Regas and his two sons and other former executives were arrested and charged with securities fraud, wire fraud, and bank fraud. That day, the Dow rocketed 489 points. The government alleges the Regases used company jets for personal use, used millions in company funds to meet margin calls on private investments, and spent nearly $13 million of company funds to build a golf course. More arrests are expected, and now indictments against former WorldCom executives, including former CEO Bernard Ebbers, could be on the way as well. And the Senate has set Monday as the deadline for Citigroup and J.P. Morgan Chase to answer questions on their use of offshore companies in deals with Enron. As investors watch the daily dramas unfold, many continue to watch their portfolios sink. Just more than a year ago, the Dow floated above 11,000. Now closer to 8,000, many older Americans have seen their nest eggs evaporate. As Victoria Fung reports, many are now delaying retirement, and others look to return to the workforce to recoup their losses.
This is just the sort of thing Bill Welch would like to be doing most of the time. Conditioning for mountaineering trips and kicking back from the daily grind.
I think we have a right kind of strategy to go back to the customer in this case.
But instead of retiring in 5 years as planned, Welch, who is over 55, is hunkering down in his business development role at Sun Microsystems.
It's kind of depressing.
Heavily invested in tech stocks, Welch's assets are down roughly 50%. Now retirement is at least a decade away.
Shame on me is that I wasn't one of the ones that sold at the high and rode it right on down.
It's the same story for millions of baby boomers who are turning 50 at a rate of 10,000 a day.
Many investors over 55 have had almost twice as much money invested in stocks over the last few years as the average American. While their portfolios may have swelled during the boom years, they've fallen even harder since the dot-com bust. And unlike younger investors, older ones have far less time to ride out their losses.
So not only are older Americans delaying retirement, many are back in the job market after having left.
We've seen over 1.5 million new people between 55 and 64 come into the workforce in the last year.
But it's a struggle for older people to make a comeback, or even hang on to the jobs they already have.
When workers are let go, older workers, people in their even 40s and definitely in their 50s, are out of the workforce, or rather looking for work for very much longer periods of time than younger workers for the same kinds of jobs.
Outplacement experts advise older job seekers to update their technology skills and stay vibrant.
by staying current on what's happening in the marketplace, by staying well networked, by showing energy and vitality in the work that you do, can really show a prospective employer that you have something to contribute at this time.
Haley, come on, you want something?
Those are just the tactics Bill Welch is using to stay vital at Sun.
I mean, the dream is gone for now, but I think it'll come back. And I think it's going to work out long term. We'll get back to some point where things will be okay.
But Welch is keenly aware that longer lifespans and the stock market slide mean he and many older Americans will likely be working well into their 70s. East of San Francisco, Victoria Fung, CBSMarketWatch.com.
Older Americans are finding there's greater competition for lower-level jobs than the ones they left. And that means they're making less money and finding they have to stay longer than they'd like. Still ahead on CBS Market Watch Weekend, if you think keeping your money in cash is the only safe thing to do right now, think again. Ray Martin tells us about some other short-term places to stash your cash that can be much better. Plus, these are tough times for the travel industry as a sinking stock market and fears of terrorism lead many Americans to cancel their travel plans. We'll take a journey into the industry's future.
Don't think of your next job as your next job. Think of it as a long-term life enhancement upgrade. Make it great. Make it sing. Report to your future first thing Monday morning and bring your own coffee. The good kind. You know what? People do it every day. And you're a people, so you can do it too. See you Monday.
Post your jobs today on Monster.com.
You the monster.
Know why poison ivy and bug bites make you itch? It's a histamine reaction in your skin. Know what blocks histamine? Benadryl Cream, the only brand that penetrates to block histamine that causes itch. Benadryl. Make histamine history.
Do you need to learn how to operate a computer? Hi, I'm John Scherer, CEO and founder of Video Professor. You know, our product is quick and it's easy to learn with, and you can try it for free. You know, over the years, millions of people have learned how to operate the computer using our product. We get happy letters every day from people thanking us. But the most rewarding thing for me is having people stop me on the street and telling me how easy it was to learn with our product. If you just want to learn how to run a computer once and for all, save yourself a lot of time and energy, try our product. Let me show you how simple this is. You put this CD in your CD tray. The lesson plays right on your computer. It works just like a VCR. Just follow the step-by-step instruction. I'm so confident this product will work for you, I'm going to send it to you free. The reason I'm going to do this is because I know once you try our product, you'll come back to us for all your computer learning needs.
To get your free computer learning CD, you must call now. Call 1-800-352-4219.
Want a close shave while avoiding razor burn? The new Extreme 3 from Schick balances 3 blades on a central pivot for a close, comfortable shave. Extreme 3. Get close, not burned.
Welcome back to CBS Market Watch Weekend. With another week of turbulent swings behind us, the question remains, what will next week bring? Let's go to Alexis Christoforous for a look at Wall Street. Alexis?
Susan, the Dow snapped a 2-week losing streak, and some analysts say stocks may not have much further to fall. The Dow rallied 78 points Friday. For the week, it was up 3.1%. The S&P 500 added 14 points, down more than 0.5% for the week, while the Nasdaq climbed 22 points on a late-day rally, but for the week, it was down more than 4%. Analysts say it's an encouraging sign that the market did not follow up Wednesday's biggest rally in 15 years with a big sell-off. In the last session, Motorola took it on the chin after its president and COO Edward Breen left the mobile phone giant to take the top spot at Tyco International. Breen will replace ousted Dennis Kozlowski, who was found guilty last month of evading sales tax in New York. AOL Time Warner rallied 13% Friday, a day after disclosing that the Securities and Exchange Commission is investigating its accounting methods. Some analysts say the stock's 4-year low is a buying opportunity. Palm Inc. is a stock to watch in the coming week. The handheld device makers board approved a reverse stock split, and it's a packed week on the economic calendar. Expect reports on consumer confidence, second quarter GDP, personal income and spending, and the July employment report. Susan?
Alexis, thank you. Perhaps no industry has suffered as much in the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks as the travel industry. Nearly a year has passed, and travel is only slowly creeping back. And as Ed Crane reports, that means it's still a traveler's market.
Airlines have been cutting fares consistently since last fall. That's been enough to bring jittery travelers back to the airport, but it's been a disaster for the carriers' bottom lines. With the exception of Continental, which made money last month, and discounter Southwest, most airlines lost money last quarter, and the current quarter doesn't offer much hope. As travel websites offer flexible consumers near giveaway fares, the airlines have been trying to take it out on their best customers.
Business travelers have become bargain hunters, which is typically what you think of a leisure travel. You know, when it's your own money, you have a tendency to hunt for bargains. And we're finding that business travelers are doing that.
Ironically, Orbitz.com, the airline-owned answer to Travelocity, Expedia, and other travel websites, is serving up some of the lowest fares to be found by business travelers.
Some business travelers will still have to pay those steeper fares on more popular routes where supply and demand dictates. But in general, I think that you'll find that when you go online to search for those close-in business fares, you're going to start to find some bargains. So the fare structure is changing.
It's a similar story in the hotel industry.
Our occupancy is really right where it was a year ago. The rate is lower. The rate is down. And again, I think that's mostly predominantly because some of the leisure travel that used to stay with us is not coming back, and we're trying to fill with other avenues.
Even at the state-of-the-art Hyatt Regency Jersey City, across the river from Manhattan, websites such as Travelocity and Hotels.com are getting bargains on rooms that would otherwise go unsold.
It's more low-rated business, so you have a double-edged sword. You get the occupancy with it, but then the rate is lower.
And if you think it's tough to be in the airline or hotel business, try being a travel agent. The loss of airline commissions coupled with the loss of business to travel websites has put thousands of traditional travel agents out of business. But hundreds of others are fighting fire with fire. They're taking their unique specialties, whether it's an African safari or a trip to Disney World, and hooking up with a website that links consumers interested in their specialty to those travel agents. It's called Travant.com. It's a different kind of web travel service.
There is definitely a perception that going to a travel agent is going to cost you more money than just booking it online, which is really not the case, because a lot of times travel agents have access to fares and information that you can't find online.
At least one phase of the industry is flourishing. Car rental companies are enjoying such high demand they can and have boosted rates. Besides the resurgence of business travelers, travel professionals tell us that many customers are rediscovering America this summer, and they're a lot more comfortable on the road than they are in the air. Ed Crane, CBS Market Watch, New York.
As for the most popular summer destinations, California and Florida top the list. And travel agents tell us Europe is less popular this year, with some voicing concern about being stranded outside the U.S. in the event of another terrorist attack. Still ahead, with talk of a bubble in the housing market dwindling, it could be worth a look. We'll tell you why many people are buying second homes in search of a more solid foundation for their money. Alexis Christoforous has that report next.
Hot dogs, over here. That'll be 4 1/4.
I'll give you 1 1/4.
Hey, pal, no discounts. Hot dogs.
We want a better deal.
Everybody wants them. Hot dogs!
We can get you great deals on hotels.
New York for $69 a night.
How about Las Vegas?
San Francisco, worldwide.
All right, guys, you got a deal. Tell me more about this.
Hotels.com.
The best prices at the best places, guaranteed.
It starts with one person with a desire to serve. They join with others across the nation, citizen soldiers on a mission to protect and defend country and community. Most serve 1 weekend a month and 2 weeks a year to become part of something greater than themselves. Can you see yourself in this picture? Call 1-800-GO-GUARD or visit www.1800goguard.com. In the Army National Guard, you can. These are the doctors of Presidio Med.
You do not go around threatening HMOs.
Whatever.
On their watch, life begins.
Come on, Butch.
Love grows.
This baby's gonna fly.
And hope is found.
Adversity doesn't build character. It reveals it. So you better decide what you want it to reveal about you.
From the producers of ER, Dana Delaney, Blythe Banner, Presidio Med, coming to CBS Wednesday this fall.
For some, half the fun of camp is just getting there in the ultimate camp vehicle, which you'll find at the Camp Jeep Summer event at your Jeep dealer. where you'll get 0% long-term financing on select Grand Cherokees, the legendary all-road summer fun vehicles. Plus, get our 70-year or 70,000-mile powertrain limited warranty, designed to protect the hardest working parts of your Jeep vehicle. Then get to the ultimate camp, Camp Jeep, at your Jeep dealer. Check it out today.
Closed captioning for the hearing impaired is brought to you by Meineke.
When it comes to brake service, trust Meineke. I do. Now get 50% off lifetime fares and shoes. Meineke, you won't pay a lot, but you'll get a lot.
Welcome back. With stocks too risky a parking place for investors, many are turning to real estate as a safe haven. Alan Greenspan recently tried to dispel fears of a housing bubble and said that rising home prices have given many Americans the ability to tap into their equity through loans and refinancing. In fact, that's one of the reasons the market for second homes is growing. Alexis Christoforous reports.
For Maureen O'Connor, this has become her Friday night ritual. Pack up the dogs, an overnight bag, load up the car, and hit the road, leaving behind her apartment in New York City for a weekend at her country home in Vermont.
I wanted to be able to get out of the city on the weekends. I was looking to get a tax write-off since I rent and I don't have a write-off right now. It seemed like it was a good investment at the time, and now it looks even better. So,
Maureen is not alone. With interest rates at historic lows and the stock market awash in red, many people are looking to real estate as a way to diversify their investments, which has made Randy Florkey's business boom.
It's amazing. I mean, it really has gone up. I think it's up 25% at least in the last 2 quarters.
Through his company, The Rural Connection, Randy Florkey helps New Yorkers find havens outside the Big Apple.
The main thing people are looking for is an older home, either in good condition or bad condition, but an original style home, preferably with a little privacy, some acreage.
According to the National Association of Realtors, sales of second homes declined nearly 5% last year, but still remained above historic norms.
Over the past 6 months, we've seen a real surge in second home buying, and the home price appreciation has been way into the double digits.
According to an NAR survey taken every 2 years, the median price of a second home in 2001 was $162,000, 27% higher than the 1999 median price of just under $128,000. And it's the baby boomers fueling the buying.
You're looking at an income of maybe $70,000, $75,000 on average, and they're buying homes that cost on average about $160,000.
Also driving the second home market, national lenders are more willing to finance recreational properties. And if you're concerned about a housing bubble,
we are not in a housing bubble. I get that question all the time. Nationally, we have never had a housing bubble. We have never heard the popping sound of the bubble.
Experts warn that if interest rates rise later this year, the second home market could soften. So they suggest picking a place you'll enjoy returning to. Investment considerations should be secondary.
But with 77 million baby boomers set to retire in the next 3 decades, housing in prime spots will only get pricier. And with limited amounts of land available at desirable resort locations, vacation home prices should remain firm. Alexis Christoforous, CBS Market Watch.
Mortgage interest and property taxes are deductible. In most cases, if you're renting out your second home for fewer than 15 days a year, the rental income does not have to be reported to the IRS. If you're renting your property for more than 15 days, taxes will depend on the mix of rental and personal use. You can view the rules at www.irs.gov. Look for publication 527 or consult a tax advisor. Still ahead, if you think the stock market has bottomed out, Tom Calandra says think again. He says stocks are still expensive and could fall more. Plus, is it time to go to the mattresses? We're not talking about The Godfather, but about moving your investments into cash. Ray Martin says he has some better ideas.
Planning to sell your home or condo this year? You're probably wondering how much it's worth. You can find out free on the web at housevalues.com. So if you're planning to sell, visit housevalues.com today. That's housevalues.com.
When you come to Lowe's, look around. You won't see so-called sales events or anything marked special buy. At Lowe's, we have low prices every day. not low one day and higher the next week. We don't play games with prices. Even when others have sales, the prices you see at Lowe's still can't be beat. Today, tomorrow, ever. That's our guarantee and our promise. Lowe's, improving home improvement.
Ducks and trucks, rides and slides, dogs and hogs, barbecue and a petting zoo. Where? At the fair. Come to the Clark County Fair August 2nd through the 11th, featuring family fun in the Coin 6 Kids Center and family savings on Monday, August 5th. It's Kids Day at the fair. Children's admission just $2, plus save money on unlimited ride wristbands. See you there at the Clark County Fair.
Johnny Watkins has a lot of things. Last March, he finally got what he really wanted. He and his brother were adopted together and became part of a family. To help a child become part of your family, call 1-800-TO-ADOPT.
When it's a matter of your health, the Northwest's best coverage of health matters is on KOIN 6 News.
30 students, and they were taken to the gym to be quarantined because...
Health Matters with Christine Miles, only on KOIN 6 News.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Capsaicin.
I'm a doctor's assistant with arthritis, so my doctor recommended odor-free Capsaicin HP. Capsaicin starts strong and gets stronger the longer I use it. Capsaicin HP raises your level of relief.
After another boomerang week for the stock market, shell-shocked investors are picking up the pieces and still searching for a bottom. Tom Calandra has been talking to someone who has a formula for finding it and joins us now for a Stock Watch. Hi, Tom.
How you doing, Susan?
So for Paul Desmond, it all comes down to mathematics. Tell us about his power rating.
Well, power ratings are another component for identifying bear market bottoms or bull market tops. You know, it's a group of about 900 stocks, and it's a look at relative value, so strength among stocks and industries for these stocks. And I think what we're seeing happen here is there is still no selling panic. There are still a scant number of 52-week lows on Wall Street. The Dow rally we saw earlier this week, while impressive on newspapers, right? You know, you open up the San Francisco Chronicle, for example, it says Boeing, you know, Dow up almost 500 points. But there still wasn't that tremendous surge of buying demand, 90% upside volume.
So while we still don't know where the bottom is, we do know for sure that we're not there yet.
I think that it's almost a virtual certainty that we have not hit bottom yet, and we won't hit bottom until we see prices come down to more or less historical norms on a price-earnings ratio. Right now, multiples are still at 25 to 35 times earnings for the past year, depending on whether you take into account non-recurring charges. And that's well above historical norms, way too expensive. You need stocks to drop to a level where everyone, you, I, our father-in-law, finds them extremely expensive.
So what do you make of that midweek rocket launch of stocks, and could we see another one of those?
Susan, there are a couple of theories going on around that one. You know, one is, of course, that we were oversold short term. One is that the short sellers were doing a lot of covering. I mean, let's face it, the short sellers are one of the leading performers. I mean, they're making a lot of money on Wall Street, and they have a right to cash in their profits. They cash in their profits, they have to buy back stock.
So what do you tell nervous investors looking for a good alternative?
I say, well, let's look at the best investment classes right now, cash and bonds. I mean, bonds are a competing investment for stocks. Right now, the bond market is thriving. You know, interest rates are very low, and we have a 4.5% real return. The question is whether investors over the short term and the long term will beat the bond market's 4 to 5% return, and I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
Okay, Tom Calandra, thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
And a reminder, you can find all of Tom's StockWatch columns on our website at cbs.marketwatch.com or AOL at keyword MarketWatch. And coming up, if you've sold stocks to keep them from losing any more, or you're parked on the sidelines, what are you doing with the cash? Ray Martin has some ideas. He says don't make a mistake. He'll tell you what to do with your cash as you wait for the financial markets to come back from the dead. And we're back in 60 seconds.
It's almost 200,000 people in over 40 countries, working as one. It's 10 inventions every business day. And not all of them automotive. It's going from the Indy 500 to the Fortune 500. It's Delphi, where slowing down is not an option. Gotta go.
Going to the airport? Hey, Bill, you stayed here too? Yeah, want to share a cab? Deal. All right. Great hotel. Yeah, pricey though. Wasn't that bad. Yeah, if you're a CEO. Why? What did you pay? Here's my bill. I didn't pay nearly that. Not even half. You got ripped.
Hey, buddy, I can get you a great deal on the Brooklyn Bridge.
Save up to 70% on hotels worldwide. Hotels.com. The best prices at the best places, guaranteed.
Welcome back. Worried investors fled stock mutual funds in record numbers last month. According to TrimTabs, June saw outflows of $14 billion in equity funds, the third highest on record. But as CBS Market Watch personal finance advisor Ray Martin tells us, parking large amounts of cash into money market accounts may be a mistake. Frightened investors are selling their stock. They're accumulating some cash right now and are wondering what they can do with it. A lot of people probably think money market funds. Is that a good idea?
The typical brokerage variety money market fund, Susan, is only paying about 1% in interest right now, or less than that. And that's not even, after taxes, that's not even going to keep up with inflation. You've got to do better than that. There are other investment alternatives.
Now, a lot of people think bonds. They're getting advice to go into bonds. People are a little bit too frightened about that for interest rate purposes.
Well, I think that they should be, and I'm not recommending that people buy bonds, particularly bonds that mature 10 years or longer out there, longer-term maturity bonds. That's because when interest rates rise, people that are locked into these low rates in their long-term bonds, long-term CDs, or other type of fixed income investments are going to see a problem. They're going to be stuck with a low rate, and if they sell it, they're going to lose money on that sale. Instead, they should look at other short-term fixed income alternatives that can earn 2 to 3 times the rate on money market funds.
Such as?
Well, first is certificates of deposit. A lot of people don't know they can buy a CD in their brokerage account. They don't have to clean out the account, transfer the money to a bank. They can do that right in their CD. You can buy FDIC-insured certificates of deposit that insure up to $100,000, and the rates are about 2.5% to 3.5% if you go out 9 months to 2 years.
And it's okay to commit for that long?
Absolutely. I think it is, with some of the money, and do it in pieces there.
Okay, and how about shorter-term Treasury bonds?
Well, instead of Treasury bonds here, I would say Treasury notes, particularly if you have over $100,000 to work with. That's because Treasury notes, first of all, come with the full backing and guarantee of the U.S. Treasury, a very important security to have with larger amounts of money. These notes can pay 2.7 to 3% for 1 and 2 year and 2.5 year maturities here. It makes a lot of sense to buy that, earn a decent rate of return, and that interest also may be exempt from your state income tax.
We know about corporate bonds. Are there the same thing on the corporate side, corporate notes?
Yes, there are. And a lot of people don't realize this. You can buy corporate notes that mature in 2 or 3 years from financially sound companies like General Motors Acceptance Corporation, for example, Ford Motor Credit Bonds. These are paying around 4.7 to 5.75% when you go out 2 to 3 years here. Look for high credit ratings, again, by Standard & Poor's and Moody's, BBB rated or higher.
Okay, and all these alternatives are also good for any portfolio?
Well, yeah, I absolutely think so. I've always used certificates of deposit, Treasury notes, and corporate notes for all of my clients for quite a long time here, in good markets or bad. That's because these investments ensure that you have not only a decent return on your money, but a return of your money when you need it.
Right.
And when you need to spend money in 2 or 3 years, that you have cash that you're going to need 2 or 3 years out, this is a great investment vehicle to use. Everyone should use it when they're dedicating a return of their money or hoping to invest it at higher rates in the future.
Okay, short-term parking spots. Thanks, Ray.
You're welcome, Susan.
Ray also says you should break up your investments so that each matures at a different time, a practice called laddering. That way you'll ensure that each year you have money coming in. And a reminder, you can find all of Ray Martin's personal finance advice on our website at cbs.marketwatch.com or AOL at keyword MarketWatch. And that wraps up this edition of CBS Market Watch Weekend. I'm Susan McGinnis. Have a great week. And until next time, we'll see you on the World Wide Web.
CBS Market Watch Weekend has been brought to you by Hotels.com. The best prices at the best places, guaranteed.
I bet she's a hugger.
Oh, no. Definitely a high fiber.
No. This one's a jumper.
Enjoy.
You can bet on super low 1.9% financing on the adventurous 4Runner or roomy Sienna. But that's not all. You can also bet on great cashback savings.
Pay up.
Nice.
Welcome to La Bacage Totale. La Bacage Totale. Where you can indulge yourself with tender grilled all-white meat chicken, seasoned rice
and pilgrims at World Youth Day in Toronto, the Pope, for the first time, directly addressed the crisis in the American Catholic Church. NBC's Keith Miller reports.
Pope John Paul II took on the sexual abuse scandal in the Catholic Church today before an audience of mostly young people. During Mass, before crowds had stretched as far as the eye could see, John Paul said there is no place in the church for priests who sexually abuse the young and vulnerable. The harm done by some priests, he said, brings sadness and shame. It was a message Catholic Americans welcomed.
I think it's great that he makes a stand against it and treats it as the horrible thing it is.
I think it's important to recognize that like we've heard so many times before, the priest is not the church, but the people are the church.
To all members of the church, he offered hope.
Do not be discouraged by the sins and failings of some of their members.
To loud applause, the Pope asked the crowd to think of the majority of priests dedicated to doing good. But there was no apology, something some victims of abuse had demanded.
If people are expecting the Pope to apologize for something he has not done, they are expecting the impossible. The Pope condemns and has condemned the sexual abuse of anyone by anyone.
John Paul appears to be a man on a mission, energized by the affection shown by so many people gathered in just one place. You are young, he told the faithful, saying the Pope is old. The crowd interrupted with a chant, the Pope is young. The Pope used this trip to Canada to talk to America. He condemned the evil behind the terrorist attacks on September 11, and today he got tough with priests who abuse their positions of trust. The Vatican says that so far, the papal trip has exceeded expectations. Keith Miller, NBC News, Toronto.
News from overseas tonight, a jetliner crash in Moscow. The Russian-built jet went down just after takeoff, killing 14. Only members of the airline crew were on board the plane, which was being ferried back to its home airport at St. Petersburg. 2 flight attendants survived the crash. In western Ukraine, the death toll tonight stands at 83 in yesterday's spectacular crash at a military air show. The Soviet-era fighter sliced into a crowd of spectators at Saturday's show. 2 top officials of the Ukrainian Air Force have been placed under arrest. When we come back, our special series, Take the Money and Run, how investors got taken for a ride.
My doctor told me to take fiber every day, but I didn't like taking any of these. So he told me Citracel is different. The psyllium fiber in Metamucil can cause excess gas, but the fiber in Citracel won't. And people prefer the taste of 100% soluble Citracel 2-to-1 over a gloppy glass of Metamucil. No gloppy glass, no excess gas. Citracel, available in caplets and powder.
Right now, you can get 50% off all lenses at LensCrafters. 50% off every lens we carry, even featherweights and no-line bifocals. Other places run special offers, but the selection is limited or there's some kind of catch. At LensCrafters, it's a real half-price sale. 50% off every lens, and we'll still make your glasses in about an hour.
LensCrafters 50% off all lenses event.
This is a great offer. People should definitely not miss this.
Hurry, LensCrafters offer ends soon.
I am one of the many people.
We used to think they're frequent, persistent heartburn.
It's just plain old heartburn.
But if you've treated your heartburn, changed your diet, and the pain still comes back 2 or more days a week, it could be from acid reflux disease.
And over time, that acid churning up can wear away the lining of your esophagus.
I didn't know.
I didn't know.
I didn't know.
Today, there's a purple pill called Nexium from the makers of Prilosec. For many people, one prescription Nexium a day means complete
24-hour.
Day and night heartburn relief.
And Nexium is also proven to heal erosions in the esophagus caused by acid reflux. Only a doctor can tell if you have this damage. Other serious stomach conditions may still exist. The most common side effects of Nexium and Prilosec are headache, diarrhea, and abdominal pain. Talk to your doctor and call this number for more information and a free trial offer for Nexium.
Relieve the heartburn, heal the damage. It's possible with today's purple pill called Nexium.
Monday, the fleecing of America. She needed this drug to beat cancer.
The Tylenol is very expensive.
Why did it cost so much? NBC Nightly News Monday.
One of the oldest and most trusted dealerships in the area just made buying your next car easier with fleet pricing. Call the cops in Vancouver.
Fleet pricing on every new car, SUV, and truck on Bill Kopp's lot is clearly marked with a fleet price on the windshield. Shop and compare. I think you'll be amazed.
Going the extra mile to take care of people with fleet pricing. Call the cops in Vancouver. Your home for certified Cadillac, Pontiac, and GMC.
See the new Accord LX at your local Honda dealer today.
Positive words on the economy tonight from Treasury Secretary Paul O'Neill, who told Tim Russert on Meet the Press today that there is good news out there and Americans should continue to have faith in the market. President Bush, who spent the weekend in Washington, this week is expected to sign legislation imposing tough new penalties for corporate fraud. And tonight, Tom Brokaw examines how some corporate CEOs walked away from their jobs with millions of dollars, while many investors and workers have lost their life savings. How did so many Americans end up losing so much? Here's an excerpt from Tom's documentary tonight, Take the Money and Run.
One brokerage firm believes that things have gotten so bad that it's even run ads mocking analysts who will recommend just about any stock to investors.
Okay, kids, here's today's magic stock. We've got big incentives on this one, so get on the phones. We got a lot of stock to move. Just don't mention the fundamentals. They stink. Well, let's put some lipstick on this pig.
It's one thing to lose money through bad investments, greed, or irrational exuberance. It's quite another to be cheated. Cheated by people you thought were on your side, but who were recommending stocks to you because it enriched them once you bought them. That's exactly what happened on Wall Street these past few years, says New York Attorney General Elliot Spitzer.
There has been massive wrongdoing, and we're going to act aggressively to address it.
Spitzer's office spent the last year investigating how Wall Street firms recommend stocks to investors. What he says he found was a system rife with conflicts of interest, in which small investors seeking impartial investment advice were played as suckers. And Spitzer says those problems extend far beyond Global Crossing and the big names behind that fiasco.
We had a lot of people who were coming into the market who had never been there before. Were they not asking the right questions?
I think they were asking the right questions. I think their brokers and the analysts were not giving them the right answers.
During the go-go years of the 90s, Merrill's Henry Blodgett was a superstar. As head of the firm's Internet Research Group, he was the one picking the hot stocks in the hottest end of the market, and it seemed he never met an Internet stock he didn't like. Among his favorites, Aether Systems, Excited Home, InfoSpace. Every one of them rated a buy from Blodgett and his fellow analyst. What disastrous investments they turned out to be. Aether Systems, once at $315, now at $3. Excite at Home was $189 a share, now bankrupt. InfoSpace, once $130 a share, now below $1. Were those just bad picks? Not at all, says Spitzer.
Always.
He says it was much worse than that.
What I wanted to focus on was the knowing giving of bad advice. That was the problem here.
You can see Tom Brokaw's full report, Take the Money and Run, tonight, 7, 6 Central Time. When NBC Nightly News continues, fighting the music industry blues.
Beth was all like, nuh-uh, and Heather was like, yeah-huh, and I was like, whatever. No!
Ready or not, you're going back to school. But with Gateway's Power Up for School sales event, going back is easy. Because you can get incredible deals on cool notebooks and get a free student and teacher edition of Microsoft Office XP on select PCs. You gotta go, so get to your Gateway store today.
Heartburn this painful is caused by acid reflux. Get Gaviscon. It's different. Gaviscon quickly forms a soothing protective barrier that helps keep acid down for hours. Gaviscon. Fast relief from acid reflux.